They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Love Thyself wastes no time and gets that early lead. Tasty Wave and My Sweet Adeline outside second and third. Dolce Syrah hugs the inside, saving all the ground. Turn Up the Music's in second last and is the outside of Cozy Magic at the tail of the field. The pace is controlled about 6.5 from top to bottom as they navigate that first turn. Love Thyself has a lead by 3 parts a length, now a half length over one of the grays. Tasty Wave outside second. Dolce Syrah tucked in along the inside in a joint third with My Sweet Adeline. Turn Up the Music wide as up the backstretch. 2 by 3 up the backstretch, and then about 4 lengths to Cozy Magic in the 6th and trailing position. First quarter mile, 26 seconds. Now the pace picks up. It's Love Thyself who has the lead by a neck over Tasty Wave, pressuring outside in second. Dolce Syrah tries to probe through at the fence in third. My Sweet Adeline outside fourth. Turn Up the Music's in fifth, and at the back, that is Cozy Magic about 10 lengths off the lead, the half in 51 seconds. They're on the far turn. Dolce Syrah from third up into the lead. Love Thyself shaking up in second. Tasty Wave as well in third. A length and a half to My Sweet Adeline in fourth, and 7 lengths back to Turn Up the Music and Cozy Magic as they reach the top of the stretch. Dolce Syrah running away from the field has the lead by 8 lengths over Love Thyself, fully extended second. My Sweet Adeline now up into third. Tasty Wave in fourth. 16th to go. Dolce Syrah was in a league of her own today. Dolce Syrah, under a complete hand ride, wins this race impressively. Love Thyself second. My Sweet Adeline third. Tasty Wave, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 3 Wagering, Post Time Race 2 in about 22 minutes at 1:26 p.m. They're all in the gate, and they're off. A little bit of a tangled start for Secord. It's Slice Away who jets out for the lead. Wayward Queen's in second. Fancy Footwork was out to about the 3 path, now back towards the rail as Grit and Glitter's a little bit headstrong and 3 wide around that first turn. Larcity's also rank and is to the inside of Secord at the back as they sort themselves out. It's Slice Away is on top with 6.5 furlongs to go. The lead's a half length. Wayward Queen prompting outside second, a length and a half to Grit and Glitter third. Fancy Footwork tucked in along the inside in fourth, then 3 lengths back to Larcity, who's about a half length in front of Secord, who trails. First quarter mile clicked off in 25 3/5. Slice Away. Worry's got a nice hold of this one up the backstretch. Taking a look back for the competition, probably to take a look at where the big favorite Fancy Footwork is at. And Slice Away has the lead by a half length with a half mile to go. Wayward Queen second. Grit and Glitter is committed to go 3 wide into the turn in third. Fourth place, Fancy Footwork, and about 4.5 lengths off the lead, then a space of 4 to Larcity's, a length and a half in front of Secord. The half in 50 4/5, 2.5 furlongs to go. Slice Away has the lead by a half length over Wayward Queen. Fancy Footwork, 3 wide, under a drive, and 4 lengths off the lead in third. A few more lengths back to Grit and Glitter fourth as they turn into the stretch, and Worry says go on Slice Away, and Slice Away opens up by 4. Fancy Footwork is now up into second. Third place, Wayward Queen, 1 furlong to go. It's Slice Away on top, but Fancy Footwork hitting her best stride on the outside. Slice Away and Fancy Footwork. It's Fancy Footwork, the favorite, who prevails over Slice Away. Number 6, K Road. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 3, Pick 4 Wagering. Pick 4 starts on race number 3. Post time in 20 minutes. And they're off. Looks like a decent start. Sabby Sunset sending out for the lead. World Bank flashing early speed. Clarividente at the fence, now poking the head in front. Shaman Princess 3 wide third. Sabby Sunset 4 wide fourth. 2 lengths back. Troubler fifth to the outside of K Road. Those two about 6.5 off the lead. Then 5 lengths to the trailer. Gregorian Solo, who trails. First quarter mile in a contested 22 2/5 onto the turn. Clarividente opens up by 2. Over World Bank in chase mode second. Sabby Sunset charges up 3 wide in third. Shaman Princess along the inside fourth, 4 off the lead. 2 lengths to K Road, and then it's Troubler, and at the back it's Gregorian Solo, who's going wide, but is at least out of last as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Savvy Sunset and Clary Vidente, these two nip and tuck. World Bank races third. Gregorian Solo and K Road are on the outside, fourth and fifth. 1 furlong to go. Savvy Sunset gets the measure of Clary Vidente. It's World Bank bearing down on the outside second. Deep stretch. Savvy Sunset leads by about a length over World Bank, who's lunging late. Savvy Sunset does enough to win. World Bank second, close for third. Clary 2 cents. The winning mutual. Double $7.44. Exacta $80.44. Trifecta $56.83. Dime Super 42. And let's go race here at Finger Lakes. Race 4, and they're off. Pretty good start. It's No Factor who rushes out for the early lead. Meritude on the far outside. Ring of the Rise, splitting rivals. On the blink is Towards the Fence. And then it's Observer who runs along in fifth, 3.5 lengths off the lead, a gap of 2. Velamos in sixth, and a margin of 5 to Out of the Cloud is a length and a half in front of Jay's Love, who's at the tail of the field. Less than a half mile to go. No Factor first quarter, 23 and a fifth. No Factor taken on by Ring of the Rise. Meritude joins the fray outside third, a length and a half off the lead. Observer is in fourth and 4.5 off the pace. Velamo passes on the blink. Jay's Love's out of last. Out of the Cloud trails the field as they got a quarter of a mile left to travel, and it's No Factor who will lead this group into the stretch. Has the lead with a trio of immediate chasers. Ring of the Rise, red blinkers. Observers on the stand side. Meritude drops back in fourth, and then it's Jay's Love on the far outside. Jay's Love fourth, 4 lengths off the lead and closing in with each and every stride. 16th to go. Observer now powers to the front. Jay's Love on the extreme outside second, but cannot catch up with Observer. Observer wins. Jay's Love second. No Factor third. Out of the Cloud fourth. Trifecta, $65 even. Dime Super, $105.80. Pick 3, $5.88. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Sutton Breeze from an outside post setting out for the lead. Ola Sabel's at the fence up into a joint second. Courageous Ola splitting rivals, and Courageous Ola Sabel first and second. Sutton Breeze outside third. Nutsy races fourth. Length and a half to Newport Bridge in fifth. Is to the outside of Emerald Forest at the back of the pack and about 7 lengths off the lead. Entry into the turn. Courageous Ola and Ola Sabel are first and second. At Sutton Breeze committed to go 3 wide on the turn. A half length off the lead. Now up into second. Ola Sabel is ridden along and now in third. 2 lengths back to Nutsy in fourth. Emerald Forest will have to negotiate some traffic to the inside of Nutsy fifth. Newport Bridge is at the tail of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Sutton Breeze takes over the lead. Courageous Ola is in second. Ola Sabo switches to the outside, and then it's Nutsy and Emerald Forest. 1 furlong to go. Sutton Breeze on top. Nutsy's on the outside. Ola Sabo now has nowhere to go. Goes over to the 2 path. 16th to go. It's Nutsy now forging to the front. Nutsy and Sutton Breeze. Nutsy wins over Sutton Breeze. Then it was Ola Sabo. 6 race, Finger Lakes, scratch the 7, stop the spread. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Raw Courage and 30 Oysters, as well as Globes going out for the lead. Rockstar Rebel tries to get over from an outside post, and will be able to do so if he wants to in fourth. Wild Banker races fifth. Fiery Heart to the inside of Big Rich. And Ice Time saves ground at the back of the pack and about 9 lengths off the lead. As they circle around the first turn, 30 Oysters has a lead by 3 parts of a length. Globes harassing outside second. Raw Courage tracks in third. Wild Bankers settles in fourth. Half-length Rockstar Rebel mid-flight in fifth. 4 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths back to Big Rich, who's about a half length in front of Ice Time, and Fiery Hearts now at the tail of the field. First quarter, 24 seconds up the backstretch. 30 Oysters and Globes almost on even terms. Raw Courage, Yellow Cap stalks in third. Wild Banker races in fourth. Rockstar Rebels in fifth. A half in 48 and a fifth. Sixth place, Ice Time, 7.5 lengths off the lead to the inside of Big Rich, and 2 lengths to Fiery Heart, who's at the tail of the field. 3 furlongs to go in this race, and it's Globes who takes over from 30 Oysters. Raw Courage takes a crack at Globes on the outside in second. Rockstar Rebels in fourth and 5 lengths off the lead. Then it's Wild Banker. Ice Time is under pressure in between horses. Big Rich goes wide for the stretch drive as they turn into the stretch. It's Globes the first to face us. Raw Courage is in second. A few more lengths back to Wild Banker, Rockstar Rebel, among others. Inside the final furlong, it's Globes. Globes has a lead by 7 lengths over Raw Courage, and Globes is going to win this race. Globes by 6. Raw Courage second, close for third, Fiery Heart or Rocksterdale bred Globes. 2 wins on the card for trainer Ilmar Loiza. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Skylar Starship, Brown Don't Stop, and Cruising Cat all sending out for the early lead. And then it's Prophetic and Rasuli. Rasuli in some tight quarters. As You Chase Me is 3 wide as Rasuli had the check. Interstate is in a ground-saving mode towards the rail and about 4 lengths off the lead in 5th. Prophetic 6th. Then Rasuli 7th and a length back to Ialfgar, who's in the 8th and trailing position. 6 furlongs to go, and they transition to the backstretch. Skylar Starship denies Brown Don't Stop the early lead. They're clear by 3. As You Chase Me races in 3rd. Cruising Cat towards the inside in 4th. Length and a half Prophetic. Green blinkers 5th. Interstate red blinkers towards the inside in 6th. About 6.5, 7 off the lead. And then a space of about 5 lengths to Ialfgar to the inside of Rasuli. The half in 48 seconds flat as they make the entry into the far turn. Skylar Starship and Brown Don't Stop. These two continue to spar for the lead, and Brown Don't Stop takes over the lead on the turn. As You Chase Me draws closer 3rd, 3.5 lengths off the lead. A space of 6 to Prophetic to the outside of Interstate 4th and 5th. Ialfgar's at 6th, but at least 12 lengths off the lead as they reach the top of the stretch. Brown Don't Stop comes off the turn, leading by 4. Skylar Starship, As You Chase Me outside 2nd and 3rd. Prophetic a distant 4th. 1 furlong to go. Brown Don't Stop digs it along the inside, but it's As You Chase Me. As You Chase Me passing Brown Don't Stop inside the 16th pole. As You Chase Me victorious over Brown Don't Stop. 3rd Facta win place shell wagering. Post time for the 8th and final in about 19 minutes at 4:36 p.m. 8. And they're off. Looks like a pretty competitive start. Lydia Mercia sending out for the front end. My Gorgeous. Pucker Power in between horses 3rd. Crystal towards the inside in 4th. A length back to Frosty Karina outside in 5th, and at 6th, that's Frosty Smile. 2 lengths back to Funny Forecast, who wants off the inside, taking My Divine One out wide with only Ladas. It seems to be a little bit of an issue there with Funny Forecast for a few strides near the back of the pack. On to the turn. It's My Gorgeous, the one to catch. Crystal in pursuit in 2nd. Lady Mercia threatening on the outside in 3rd. Pucker Power drops back in 4th. My Divine One now towards the inside in 5th. Into 4th now is My Divine One. 4 lengths off the lead. And then in 6th place, that is Frosty Karina, followed up by Frosty Smile as they turn into the stretch. Lady Mercia wide on the course but has the lead. Crystal's in 2nd. And then it's My Gorgeous who is in 3rd. My Divine One now up into the 3rd spot, but 7 lengths off the lead. Lady Mercia has the lead with the final 16th to go. The lead's 5 lengths. The battle for 2nd, Funny Forecast, only Ladas, but it's Lady Mercia who will prevail. Funny Forecast 2nd, 3rd, only Ladas, 4th, My Divine One. Carryover 15,005. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Finger Lakes on Monday afternoon at Thoroughbred Horse Racing. 8 races are scheduled, 54 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. No changes in races 1, 2, or 3. Race 4 starts the late 50-cent pick 5. Carryover going in, $15,530. No changes to the 4th. Race 5. No changes. I do have a late work for race 6. In race 6 for number 7, Miss Pab, workout took place at Finger Lakes August 12th, 4 furlongs, 50.30 breezing. 7th race, no changes. 8th and final, do have a scratch of number 2, She's a Goddess. She's a Goddess. A scratch from the 8th and final. She's Sal's Dream. Make the jockey Luis Perez. Luis Perez, the number 3, She's Sal's Dream. That's a look at scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Got about 52 minutes to race number 1. Got a free handicapping challenge next week here at Finger Lakes. $1,000 to first. Prize money for top 3. Free to join. Just got to be an Ember Rewards member to get in on the handicapping challenge. It'll be on races 1 through 8. That's next week here on track at Finger Lakes. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. We got 8 races on the card today. But the big thing about today's card is we do have a pick 5 carryover with the late pick 5. Remember, we have 2 of them. The early one is a mandatory payout. The late one has that carryover, and we do have one today of over $15,000 added to the pool, and it does make for a little extra value. It's one of the best wagers of the track anyway, but a little extra money into that pool to start off. I expect the pool to probably be over $100,000 come post time of that race. So you do want to get involved. It is a 50-cent minimum wager. Looking at it, you could probably narrow it down somewhat. Probably difficult to do a single in there, but when you look at it, there's a lot you could eliminate, and it's a very playable sequence. Now, one of the things you want to also check on, though, is the weather. There are a couple horses that are off-track lovers late and others that aren't, so would really factor in to the results of some of those later races. So kind of keep an eye on how that weather is. Well, next week we do have our next handicapping challenge. Last one was a pretty good turnout and some good results. But we will be drawing for that card today, and it's free to enter. You got nothing to lose as long as you're just here at the track. Just become a Ember's Rewards member. Used to be Lucky North Player Extras. Now it's Ember Rewards. It doesn't matter. Your points carry over, but you need that card to play. Free to enter. $1,000 you can win. I think some of our favorites include. Well, it's not Gil Forty. He's still double-digit odds. But you got Rich Kutry's knocking at the door. He's going to be one of the favorites. Coker is always, the judge is always one of the favorites to win the contest, but it's a lot of fun, free to enter. 5 points for first, 3 points for second, 1 point for third. It's the live card here at Finger Lakes. You want to get involved in that. Let's look at today's card. I'm probably focusing more on some of those later races because I know everybody wants to get involved in the pick 5. But there's money to be made early too. And I do have a couple prices late, by the way. First race, a 5,000 claimer going 6 furlongs, never won 3 condition. Looking at pace more than anything, this race, I thought the speed might come from the outside with King Cali. Would like this horse a lot more if he was inside. Of course, the next quickest horse in here is actually his stablemate, Knightmissimo, but I would doubt they're going to send that horse because the 6 is faster. But he is outside, so you never know what the trainer's going to do here with the 2 stablemates because there really is no other speed in the race. But I think that's an advantage for King Cali because he's got the most natural speed, and he does look like the main speed. They use him on top. One of these days, one of these Calis are going to break through for me. Deputy Tremont's got has really been running well this year. He's got the best numbers in this field, considering he's been in the same conditions, the 3 lifetime 5,000s, and he's always right there. He's just one of those horses that has to have the right kind of trip to win, and I'm not so sure 6 furlongs is best distance either. He may like 5.5, a little more. He's got some natural speed, but not enough to get the lead, but enough to stay within range and be in perfect position. It's hard not to use him as far as you're talking second or third, but as the favorite, and he's a morning line favorite, I would have a tough time putting this one on top just because he does get second and third an awful lot. It's more of his stalking running style, and he's not really passing horses. And again, I think 5.5 is probably a little better than 6 furlongs for Deputy Tremont too. Still a horse you got to use if you're playing exactas and tries, but it's a good favorite to go against if he is the favorite. I don't think he's going to be the favorite, but right now King Cali's at 1-2. Yeah, Swift Bank has some natural speed, so he should be up there early, going 6 furlongs. And I question this horse at the distance too, as far as winning the race. He's tried to route the last few. When he was in sprints, it seemed like he was flattening out a little bit. But the last race, he cut back in distance to 5.5. And this time of year, that cutback is big. These horses seem to have punch at these shorter distances. And the 5.5, with a lack of pace last time, where he was able to stay close with almost a 23 first quarter. And Stephen Frett did a good job. Stephen Frett just laid close, and the speed in front of him stopped, and he inherited the lead. And sometimes when you do that, especially at a short distance like 5.5, it takes the closers a little while to get going. Now you've taken over from the speed, and you opened up 3 or 4 lengths. They're not going to get you. And Stephen timed it perfectly and got the victory. I wouldn't be surprised if this horse comes back because he's going to have the same kind of trip today, considering King Cali's the only speed, and he's probably going to be sitting second and third. So I'm going to go with a 6, 4, and 5 in race number 1. Not really going out on a limb. Even though he's not the morning line favorite, he's going to be probably a heavy favorite in here because of the lack of pace. All right, second race, a 5,000 claimer going a distance of a mile. It is a never won 3 condition. Yeah, St. James has not had the best of trips the last couple starts, and especially last time for 5. He's supposed to beat 5,000 claimers. But you know what? The Evander Keen, the horse that won, did drop in class too. I mean, Evander Keen was dropping. It was running against allowance, then dropped to 11, then dropped to 5 for Troy Smith. So the horse is a good-looking horse too. That won that race. Real Aleve has been an improved horse and took to the stretch out as well. So that one ran second. So he's got to worry about that one again. But he's got to get a better trip than last time. He did get caught behind horses. He had to check and never really got his legs going. And he doesn't win a lot as it is. He's a horse that's got to be timed right with momentum. But at 5,000, he's supposed to win. And just the clean trip might get St. James to the winner's circle. But if it comes down to trying to time it at the end, he does come up short a little bit because he does hang a little in the late stages. But against 5,000s, that might not happen. Maturation's interesting because he's looking for 3 in a row, but he hasn't really beaten much. So he stays at 5,000 and never won 3. The times aren't anything special. The horses he's beating aren't anything special. And this is a tougher field. But again, it's not world beaters that if this horse is getting better and better and better, that he might make it 3 in a row. It's not impossible, especially breaking from the rail, going a mile. Depends on how that inside is playing. But hard not to notice that the horse is sharp right now. And Buckley and Windy Leaf Farm and Navarro, they're a really good combination, and they're a combination that you have to use. Got him second. Real Aleve, yeah, I mean, he stretched out and ran good. He's got a good number for the distance. I remember the late Alan Hettinger. I used to talk about this to him here at Finger Lakes. One of the angles, and he was the one that brought this up, one of the angles that he goes by, sprinters stretching out for the first time here at Finger Lakes, they seem to run better than the second and third time out. That is if fitness is not a concern, that they've been running all season. We're not talking the beginning of the year. It's interesting because I kind of watched that since we had the discussion over the last few years. And you know what? He's right. And it happens a lot where sprinters stretching out for the first time, again, not a fitness issue because they've had multiple sprints. They run good the first time going long and then don't run the same number the second time. So it'll be interesting to see if that will be the case of Real Aleve. But he did run really well on the stretch out, probably his best race this year. So I like the fact that he's improving, especially since Jackie Davis took over as the rider. He's a strong player in here. I'm going to go with him third. I'm going to go with a 2, 1, and 5. Not going out on a limb here in race number 2. I thought there were some of the shorter prices early, and I thought we'd get a couple prices late. And that's the case for the third race. It's probably between these two favorites in this allowance race, a never won 3 condition. Probability, put up a really good number last time. Went a fast time for the distance, for the day, for that racetrack. Granted, he did have everything his own way. And a lot of times you're going to run your fastest race and your best race when you have everything your own way. When you're the best horse in the race, and then your running style works out for you that you actually control the pace, which he did, he's going to run a fast time and put up a good number. So there's where the vulnerability is. Can you bet Can you bet against the horse though after the race that he ran? I can't. It's a question of pace. He may get a little more pressure today because Ferraro's got 2 of them in here. Rockin' Money may decide to turn up the pressure because there are 2 Ferraros. But if he doesn't, Rockin' Money doesn't go with him, it's lights out. This horse wins. Take the Gold is the best shot to beat him, and I think that might be what Ferraro does with these 2 horses. Ferraro owns them both, so he can run them like an entry. And I would think that Rockin' Money would be the one to try to keep profitability honest if he can. I don't know if he's fast enough to go with profitability. But if he's going to help his stablemate take the Gold, or even try to help himself, if he's the sprinter stretching out, he's probably going to go to the front and play presser, which puts Take the Gold in a good position. He could stalk off to his pressing stablemate and try to make a late move to upset probability. Ferraro's pretty good at these kind of tactics with two in there. I remember him doing that with Fox Rocks and Fox Rules going back pretty far, where Fox Rocks took out half the field. It's probably a good thing I'm not a steward. But Fox Rocks took out half the field, and Fox Rules was able to have the easy run to win. But Fox Rules was a nice horse for Ferraro. The one horse, Solo Dancing. I'm going to use a long shot for third. This one ran a good third last time, and that was a better effort from the previous start. So this horse has a little talent. He hasn't had the best of trips in some of the races this year. But if you're looking for an upset horse early in the card, I think Solo Dancing is it. He draws the rail today. Looks like he's got a good chance to get a clean trip and should be in a good position. Now, Probability and Rockin' Money could do battle where Solo Dancing might be able to save ground on the rail and be a real threat in here. I'm going to go with the 3, 5, and 1. All right, fourth race starts the late pick 5. And I had this spiel about this trainer last time, Anthony Adamo. I had to look twice. Like, this Canadian guy is a really good trainer. You look at the percentage, and I think it's gone down since the last time he had a horse in here. Of course, the last time that he had a horse here, I picked it, and the horse didn't win. But there were other issues involved there. But this one looks like he's well spotted. Limit Up is really the only other one that's got his kind of numbers. And his numbers are just above the Beyer par, so it's not like he's 10 times better than these. So this is the spot that People Are People belongs. The problem with People Are People, and they could be betting the trainer too, he's been a beaten favorite. He's been a little bit of a money burner over the last 4 starts. The one time he wasn't the favorite was the time he won. The other 3 starts was bet down to be odds-on favorite, and he lost all 3 of them. So if you're thinking about singling this horse in the pick 5, you may want to take that into consideration. But he certainly looks like the horse to beat when you consider the percentage of Anthony Adamo, the percentage of Sofia Vivas, who's probably the best rider here when she's here, and the horse figures anyway. I'm going to use them on top. Limit Up, numbers-wise, figures. Does he want to win? I thought he hung a little bit last time against G Money. I mean, though G Money ran a big race, probably the best race G Money ran all year. And he did earn the best last race Beyer in the field with a 67 Beyer. That was a 5.5, same distance as today. But he's coming off 2 second-place finishes in a row. And you would think that he would beat Storm and Sammy. You would think that. But Storm and Sammy's could be tough when he gets loose. And he kind of put away the other speed, and Limit Up was unable to get him. Still, that's a race he should win. He's been a little bit of a money burner. You know, you're talking about People Are People. Limit Up, the last 2 races, has been a beaten favorite, an odds-on favorite. So now you got 2 odds-on favorites, or the 2 favorites in here have been beaten favorites their last 2 starts. It seems to be a trend. Do you look somewhere else? I know I do if it's going to be an off track. If it's a fast track, I probably still think it's going to be one of these 2 horses. You know, the long shot chance I got in here would be the 6, Max Foster. They just don't use good tactics with this horse, and that's been his undoing most of the time. Notice, when this horse has a clear run, no dirt in his face, and he's up on the front line, he does 105 for 5.5 furlongs. When he doesn't, and he tries to sit and make a run like they do with him sometimes, he finishes 2nd or 3rd, and they could run 107. You know, it's just the tactics of Max Foster that gets this horse beat all the time. I think there's a tough spot here. I don't think he's going to win with Almond Cider in the race. But if he could get on the front line with Almond Cider, he's going to hang around. And if speed is good today, Max Foster is dangerous, real dangerous. And Oscar Gomez is pretty good at getting horses out of the gate. But this one they've been not really sending, and they should be. Of course, shortening up to 5.5, that might be the key. I give him a big chance in here. Magic Spin, I'll throw in for 4th, off the 4,000 win. He did win pretty easily against a level lower than this one, so the move up isn't impossible for him to come back and win here. But I'm going to go the 1-5-6-2, couple of 2-time beaten favorites, 1st and 2nd. It's usually a good angle to go against those type of horses. 5th race is an 11-9 claimer for fillies and mares going 5.5 furlongs. Non-winners of a race since the date or never won 4 or 3-year-olds. Yeah, like I said, late in the card I got a little better prices, at least morning line wise. Zen Lu at 4-1 I thought was a nice price, and probably will be around 4-1, because you got to think Apollonio Vitale will take money, and so will Goody's Girl because it's Chris Engelhart. even though that horse is a little inconsistent. Zen Lu is the most consistent speed. Now, she does have to worry about Goody's Girl, who's inside of her, if that one is aggressive. But Zen Lu can be faster if she wants to be. And she's dropping to 11 and 9. Now, with that said, a little concerned about Koa getting off to ride Apollone Vitelli. And that one's my second choice anyway. So that one does figure. It probably was a tough choice for Koa if he did actually make the choice, or maybe not. But one of the things about Zen Lu, and you look at her races, and this is why I like the horse. Now, again, I don't like her if the track comes up sloppy. That's where the weather matters with a race like this one. Now, with that said, look at Zen Lu's races on an off track, especially this year, versus Zen Lu's races on a fast racetrack. And the sloppier, the worse. And that's what happened last time. This horse caught a sloppy racetrack. A good racetrack the race before. She's only had 4 starts this year. Her first 2 starts were on a fast track. Her first start off the layoff, she won out of condition. And then she came back and ran a really good race at 23-1, again, on a fast dirt racetrack. Now she's dropping, and again, I'm handicapping for a fast dirt track. If she gets a fast dirt racetrack, I think she's going to win today. I'm going to use her on top. Apollone Vitelli is the main threat, I thought. She's coming off a bad break last time, and that was her undoing. And she's always right there against allowance horses. She's a logical horse, and Koa opts to go here over Zen Lu. Strong player, both of them. For third, I'm going to go with, I think it's wide open for that. Those are the 2 that I like. Dorthsold Dancer drops in class as well. Can this horse wake up with a drop? You got to draw a line through the last race if you like her. Her previous start was the 3rd in the 2 state bred condition. The last time was way over her head in a really tough field in the 3 state breds. She might be a horse that's a little bit overlooked in this race. So, because they look at the last race. If you can forgive the last race, her race before is good enough to win. That's how good it is when she ran against the 2 state breds. And she had 2 straight third-place finishes. It's not like this horse is a slouch. So I think it's a horse that might be overlooked. She might be a little priced. She's 8-1 morning line. She might even be that price or higher. I give her a big chance in here. Lincolnville Beach steps up. You got 3 horses that are 5,000 claimers on the outside stepping up, while you got Apollone Vitelli, Zen Lu, and Dorthsold Dancer all stepping down. What does that mean? It means you probably should go with the drop downs, because it's almost like it's a $5,000 claiming race. But I give Lincolnville Beach a chance. She's kind of like an every other type horse. She'll run a good race and then throw in a clunker. You never know when the good races are coming, but maybe she'll put 2 in a row, but she is stepping up in class. 3, 1, 4, 7 for me in race number 5. Again, you got 3 drop downs in there, and at least 2, actually consider it 3 horses stepping up. When you consider Bayou Melody, Lincolnville Beach, and Carroll Said No, are basically all $5,000 claimers. All right, 6th race. We're going to go below the sea level to 4,000. I think they used to run 3,000 here. Well, these races are sometimes the most fun, because you never know what's going to happen. Nobody's going to have consistent form. That's why they're in for 4,000. So a few of the races this year, we've gotten some really good prices. With that said, I'm taking the favorite in this race. David's on a little bit of a slump lately, but he's due. And David Iola is a very good trainer. But Diva Banker, if she just gets the front end in here, I don't think they're going to beat her. She ran last time. She was testing. She tried to chase up the rail and test thin legs. Thin legs was, dare I say, the C word. Thin legs was an absolute cinch in that race. There was no way they were going to beat thin legs. But Diva Banker, trying to win the race, took a shot at her, sent up the rail, and that's what you're supposed to do. So, so Joe Cruz trying to win the race. He's doing what he's supposed to do. And that's why he blew second. That's why Tumbles beat her. But I think today, if she can at least get on the front line with either Lana Likes Choo Choos or Sweet Tooth Sue, there's not a lot of speed in here. I think she could get the lead in 46-3. She might be tough. And that's who I use for second, because she's the wild card. Lana Likes Choo Choos. What do you do with this horse? I mean, she's been off for 2 years. She was off from 2024. She obviously needed at least one race. She probably needed two. She was in a hopeless position last time, chasing wide, not even close to the lead, chasing after thin legs, and didn't fade all that badly. I could see this horse improving again, third start off the layoff, and being a factor in here. Use her second. Tumbles past Diva Banker last time. Laird Bailey gave a perfect trip to Tumbles to do so, because he took advantage of that little bit of a duel to get second. And that happens a lot. When you're trying to win the race, sometimes you're going to blow second, and that's what happens. So Tumbles was able to take advantage of that. They weren't going to beat thin legs no matter what. Somebody's got to be fourth. Fidelia and Miss Pab have shown nothing. So I had to look at the other two. It's Sweet Tooth Sue's first race of the year. She's 2 for 46. She may need a race. And I don't love Miss Bell. She's got 3 straight fourth place finishers, and I'm picking a horse for fourth. Maybe that's where she belongs. 6, 4, 3, 2, and the races do keep getting easier. So I can see her sneaking into the top 3. All right, 7th race. Non-winners of a state bred, going 6 furlongs. A 6-horse field, but probably the most wide open of the day. It's a good race. And again, I was talking about wet, off-track matters. Look at the off-track races for Nostalgia Smile. Keep that in mind. If you think it's going to be off, maybe you step up a little bit with Nostalgia Smile. I'm looking at trips more than anything. And in a race like this, when they're pretty evenly matched, you want to look at the trip. Now, Prince of Dance is basically going outside to inside. And that's good enough to make up a length or two, especially when you got tactical speed in a race that doesn't have a lot of speed in it. And that's the case. I mean, they take the speed out of the race, and now you got Prince of Dance, who wasn't all that sharp getting out, was caught wide chasing, probably ran the best race, and I'm going to use her on top. I know the last race isn't good, but I'm willing to forgive it from the outside post. I'd rather see her go 5.5. That would be my only other issue with Prince of Dance. And I'd really like the horse at 5.5 because she is winless at 3/4. But I think the race flow might go her way. Magni has done a little wrong. It's a sharp claim. Brought her to Saratoga and brought her to New York, I should say, and caught a 4-horse field. They scratched down and had to win. I think I bet the horse that day. It was a horse went down to like 7-5. Really, say 7-5 was a gift. That day, 7-5 was a gift. They had to win that race, but it was only a 4-horse field. What do you want for odds on the 4-horse field? Well, last race caught a sloppy racetrack and got caught wide. Another one, wide trip to inside position. I'd expect this horse to run better. This time, yes, the favorite in here, and deserving favorite. The horse is pretty consistent against this condition, against the allowance, and was caught, just like Prince of Dance, was caught chasing. Maybe not as wide as Prince of Dance, so didn't have it as bad as Prince of Dance, but chased nonetheless. It was coming off a pretty good couple of races. Won a race and then ran third to the very speedy Blammaker, although Blammaker didn't run his race that day, so they were all kind of clumped in together. I'm going to go the 2-1-4 in race number 7. All right, we'll finish up early here in the last race. 11-9 claimer. It's a maiden claimer, going 6 furlongs. We do scratch the 2. She's a goddess. Not a lot of scratches today. That's really nice for the pick 5. Of course, hopefully Mother Nature and God decide, hey, we're going to keep it a fast racetrack for you because you're handicapped for a fast track. I'm not sure if he's going to do that. But one of the angles, I know one of my friends and I were talking about this the other day, and I even mentioned it to one of the Davis siblings. Davis over the last week or so, has been a pretty good angle no matter what racetrack. Jackie Davis won 2 races last week with long shot odds. Actually, she had a really good week. I think she had 4 wins for the 3 days. But she had long shot odds for 2 of them, including Lady of Mercia, who won the last race the last day we ran, Wednesday, at 22-1. Well, Katie Davis was over there, I think it was either Friday or Saturday. I think it was Saturday, won the last race at Saratoga at a pretty decent price. Dylan Davis won a couple days before that. So maybe there's something to the Davis siblings in the last race. Now, that's not the reason I'm picking the horse. I actually like tactically at a price. I mean, this horse is 5-1. It just happens to be my ex-co-host, Jackie Davis, who's picking it up lately, especially in the last race, is aboard. Does drop a class and could be possibly the speed in a paceless field. The pace is questionable in here, but it's not like this horse ran that badly last race on the cutback. Was ran a mile in the debut, and then on the cutback just kind of chased evenly. Actually took some money in that race as well. So a little bit of a shot here. Maybe keep it going for the Davises with tactically. Camille's Legacy is the logical horse. Another one that may show speed from the rail, although she wasn't that fast. They went 23 and change when she was with the pace in her second career start coming off the turf. Her last race wasn't as good, and now she arrives at Finger Lakes on the drop in class, and she's moving back in distance to 6 furlongs. But if she could repeat that effort at Belmont that she had back in June, she's going to win from the rail. It's going to be tough. Now, Bustling Town steps up in class, getting the feel of the racetrack. I think that's a positive sign in this case. You're coming off the turf. You want to see how this horse runs on the dirt and how competitive she is at the bottom. Maybe she could win at the bottom, and she probably would have if she didn't have the poor start. So with that said, I don't think this is a big step up to the 11-9 when she was probably in position where she should have won for 5, and she could improve with the race over the track. The problem is, and the only issue I'd have and why I wouldn't put this horse on top, yeah, she got the race over the track, but she couldn't have caught a slower field. It's probably one of the worst fields for 5,000 we've had all season. So the fact that she couldn't win, and she had every reason to go by Velamo late. I know they went slow, and again, the bad start was what beat her, but she still could have overcome it and won if she was that good. That's the only reason I used her third. Scarlet Queen's been more of an underneath horse. I liked her last time, and what I said last time is probably now or never. Well, I'm not going to pick her again today because she didn't win last time. But it could have had a little more to do with, I was just wrong. Blue Set was just a better horse. And Blue Set won pretty convincingly, and she was the better horse. So that one moves on. Scarlet Queen was running against special weights before that, before dropping 11. She'd be no surprise in here, but I'm going to use her underneath. 6-1-7-5 in today's last race. I'll make sure it is the last. We are only doing 8 races today, which means the late pick 5 starts in the 4th race. Why is that significant? Well, we got a little bit of a carryover. Over $15,000 in the carryover pool for the late pick 5. Again, it starts in race 4. It's a 50-cent minimum wager. You can spread around a little bit because it might pay a little bit today. Beat a couple of the favorites. So you might want to get involved in that. Just a reminder, we do continue live racing. We got live cards for both Tuesday and Wednesday coming up this week. We got the contest next week. But again, the next live race today will be tomorrow with a 12:55 first post. And I'll see you then. Good luck.
Horses coming on the track. First race here at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Night Missio and Gia Marina. Number 2, 9 and 4, and John Barrios. Number 3, Burning Money, Nasario Alvarado. Number 4, Deputy Tramon, Oscar Gomez. Number 5, Swift Bank, Stephen Frett. And number 6, King Kali, Andre Worry in the irons. Track is fast. First race in a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. First race here at Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go 6 furlongs. Got that pick 5, late pick 5 carryover that starts on race number 4. Favorite is 6 to 5, number 6, King Kali. Swift Bank goes in. King Kali to the outside. They're all in the gates. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's Swift Bank who edges out for the early lead. King Kali on the far outside. Deputy Tremont in between horses. And an improving Night Missio at the fence from 4th up into 2nd. 5th place Burning Money, 5.5 off the lead and a link back to 9 and 4 in the 6th and trailing position. Swift Bank on the point has the lead by a length and a half with a half mile to go. Night Missio's up the inside. 2nd, King Kali in the clear in 3rd. A length and a half back. Deputy Tremont to the inside. Burning Money. Burning Money now up into 4th. Then 3 lengths back to 9 and 4 who trails the field. They're on the turn. Swift Bank strides away by 3 over Night Missio in pursuit in 2nd. King Kali outside in 3rd. Then a couple lengths back to Deputy Tremont in 4th. Then in 5th place, that's Burning Money. 9 and 4 spun wide for the stretch drive at the tail of the field as they turn into the stretch. Swift Bank cuts the corner, has the lead by 4. Night Missio's all out in 2nd. Deputy Tremont to the outside of King Kali for 3rd. 16th to go. Swift Bank on top by 4 lengths, and Swift Bank will not be caught. Deputy Tremont on the outside with a chance to get into 2nd. Swift Bank wins. Deputy Tremont does get 2nd. Night Missio 3rd. King Kali 4th. Five, 4, 1, 6. In the first, Swift Bank, your unofficial winner. 6 furlongs, 112.40. In the winner's circle, number 5, Swift Bank. 2 wins in a row for this New York bred. 4-year-old dark brown gelding by Central Banker out of Danya. Beth Miller Saul, the owner, as well as Mark Bartholomew. Beth Miller Saul's the trainer. Stephen Frett, the winning jockey. Cedar Meadow bred Swift Bank. $10.68 the winning mutual. Exacta $37.24. Trifecta $22.69. Dime Super $8.43. Second race at Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double pick 3 wagering. Post time in 23 minutes at 1:28 p.m.
All right, in the paddock for race number 2, it was a relatively paceless race in race number 1. No speed from King Cali. Swift Bank, Stephen Frett took advantage of the situation and just controlled the pace up front and got that win in the paceless race for trainer. Beth Miller saw this 2 in a row for Swift Bank, who's sharp right now. We go to the second race, and the second race goes a mile. Never won 3 5,000 claimer, and probably depends on trips here. The 5-horse Real Aleve getting the early play. Had a successful stretch out last time with a good second place finish behind drop down of Vanderkeen. We got to figure John the Baptist will show speed from the outside. Real Aleve might be in good position after that one clears. St. James will try to put in a late run. Now, St. James did not get a good trip last time, was forced to check, and they also went 51 to the half. That didn't help matters either when he really didn't have a strong pace to close on. Today, St. James is expected to get a little bit more of a pace to run at, and a very logical horse, at least to be in the top 3, and maybe he could break through with the right kind of trip to get the victory. He does have more seconds and thirds than victories, still eligible for the 3 lifetime, and he's 2 for 40, so those aren't the type of horses you like to put on top, but you know, it is 5,000, and it's a field that numbers-wise he should be able to beat. The 1 horse is Maturation. Looking for 3 in a row is Maturation, as he came off, he dropped to 5, I should say. Didn't run too well the first time, but I think the blinker change might have been the difference, and probably the stretch out too. So since stretching out and adding blinkers, he's put together 2 in a row and could be improving at the same time. You got to think he's only had 6 starts, so it would be no surprise if this one made it 3 in a row, as he should have a nice cozy trip from that rail position. They said the other one to consider was Real Aleve. Real Aleve, right now the favorite on the board at 6 to 5. Does come off a good effort, but keep in mind, he was also following the leader. He's close up to a 51 half and 3/4 of 115. I'd expect John the Baptist to go faster than that. So he may stay close again. If John the Baptist does the same fractions, he could stay right with John the Baptist just like he did last time and take over. So maybe the same type of trip for Real Aleve, although I do think that they might go a little faster for this one than a 51. If they do a 51, then a Real Aleve steps up again. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. You got about 9 minutes to post.
Horses coming on the track, race 2 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Maturation and Kevin Navarro. Number 2, St. James, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3, Redoubtable Ripken, Oscar Gomez. Number 4 is Dignified Response, Giambrahina. Number 5 is Real Aleve, Jackie Davis up. And number 6, John the Baptist with John Barrios. Post time in a few minutes. 2 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate, race 2 from Finger Lakes. John the Baptist to the outside. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Slight hop for Redoubtable Ripken. Rio Aleve accelerates out for the front end. Dignified Response is right to the inside of that one, now off a horse's heels. John the Baptist is 3 wide up into second. Maturation tucked it along the inside in fourth. Then a length back to Redoubtable Ripken out of last, and St. James is at the back of the pack as they have 6 furlongs to go and angle on to the backstretch. Rio Aleve on the front end has the lead by 3 parts of a length. John the Baptist is on the outside in second, and then a space of about 6 lengths. Dignified Response, white blinkers in third. Redoubtable Ripken, red blinkers in fourth, about 9 lengths off the lead. Maturation a half length behind him, and St. James at the back of the pack. 2 distinct flights, half mile to go as they make the entry into the far turn. It's Rio Aleve on top, the lead to length and a half. John the Baptist now coming under a ride in second. Then about 4 lengths, Redoubtable Ripken third. Dignified Response races fourth. St. James rallies outside fifth, 10 lengths off the lead. And Maturation has been shuffled back to the tail of the field. Less than a quarter of a mile left to travel. Rio Aleve on top by 7 lengths. Redoubtable Ripken and St. James trying to cut into the margin. Second and third. Then it's Maturation towards the inside in fourth. 1 furlong to go. Rio Aleve is fatigued. It's Redoubtable Ripken on the outside with St. James. Maturation up the rail as all of a sudden Rio Aleve has been swamped. It's St. James and Redoubtable Ripken. St. James on the outside rallies for the win. Redoubtable Ripken second. I think that's Rio Aleve who holds third over Maturation. 2351, St. James first. Time for the mile, 141.36. In the winner's circle, number 2, St. James. Florida bred, 7-year-old Duck Brown Gelding by Klimt out of Union Made. Rachel Sells, owner-trainer, Emmanuel De Diego, the winning jockey. Sharon Biamonte, bred St. James. $6.16 the winning mutual, double $35.46, exacta $19.46, trifecta $9.58, dime super $3.48. Race number 3 from Finger Lakes, there are no changes, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Daily double, pick 3, pick 4 wagering, post time race 3 in about 20 minutes at 1:58 p.m.
We're getting ready for race number 3, and yeah, the pace did get hot as Real Aleve, real aggressive from the gate, outbroke John the Baptist. John the Baptist just had to play presser, but the pace did take its toll, and St. James finally getting some racing luck and able to get the victory. E-Man, the barber, got the win for Rachel Sells. It's about time that horse broke through. Third race, an allowance race, never won 3 condition, going a mile 70. Got a real short price favorite on the board, and no surprise there is probability coming off a big number last time. Beat a good one in Valentinian too. I mean, it was a good race. Granted, he had things his own way. For that level, for that day, 48 was average pace. So Chris Elliott did a good job rating this horse on the front end. But you look at this race, there's only one other speed, Rockin' Money. So it depends on if Rockin' Money, how much pressure Rockin' Money puts on profitability, or does Chris Elliott let Rockin' Money go in front of him? That's kind of an interesting race. It's kind of like the last race where you got 2 speeds, and that could be the factor. But probability off the last number is the horse to beat. If you repeat that number, he's going to win, and that's why he's 1-9. Take the Gold is probably the next best, and he probably will try to get some help from his stablemate, Rockin' Money. If Rockin' Money does go out there, then Take the Gold can sit, make a stalking trip, and try to pounce late. It's only beat a half length by Beach Invasion, who's not a bad horse at all. Solo Dancing comes out of that race as well, and Solo Dancing has not had good racing luck, was too close to the pace last time. Needs to sit back a little bit from that rail position and stalk and make a run. His probability will be out there with Rockin' Money. Solo Dancing would be the late runner in here if he's able to do that, and maybe he'll have some late impact. That's the other one I liked as a price. He's right now at odds of 15-1. Gray-haired Gus showed some improvement on the stretch out. Wasn't the fastest of times, but he did beat a slightly easier field than this one, so maybe he can move forward from that race as well and get in the number. He's now 1-for-1 at the distance because of the successful stretch out. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 and Pick 4 starts in the third. You got about 7 minutes to post. Good luck.
Coming on the track for race 3 from Finger Lakes, number 1 Solo Dancing and Luis Perez. Number 2 Gray Haired Gus, Kevin Navarro. Number 3 Probability, Chris Elliott. Number 4 Rockin' Money, Caber Koa. And number 5 Take the Gold. Joel Cruz up. Post time in a few. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Race 3 from Finger Lakes. Field of 5 in this allowance race. Now winners of 3. Big favorite 1 to 5. Number 3, Profitability. For the Elkstone Group, winner of entry-level allowance race last time out here at Finger Lakes. Trying to win 2 in a row. Second choice at 4 to 1, number 5, Take the Gold. Rockin' Money and Take the Gold. They're all in the gates. And they're off. Good start. It's Rockin' Money who rushes out for the lead. Gray-haired Gus, Profitability for the place second and third. Solo Dancing in some tight quarters towards the inside. And at the back, that is Take the Gold, who goes 3 wide around that first turn. It's Rockin' Money who has the lead by 3 parts of a length over Profitability in second. Gray-haired Gus stalks in third, as it's Take the Gold is a headstrong fourth and deep on the course. Solo Dancing trails. First quarter mile, 24 4/5. As they turn on to the backstretch, it's Rockin' Money who has the lead by 3 parts of a length. Gray-haired Gus prompting outside in second. Take the Gold outside in third, then a length back to Profitability towards the inside in fourth. And another length to Solo Dancing who trails the field. 4 lengths from top to bottom as they pass the half-mile pole. It's Rockin' Money on top by 3 parts of a length over Gray-haired Gus outside in second. And then in third, that is Take the Gold 3 wide into the far turn. Profitability, the huge favorites in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead, and a length and a half back to Solo Dancing who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Rockin' Money, Gray-haired Gus, Take the Gold on the 3 wide side. Profitability saving ground, needs somewhere to run in second last, and Solo Dancing trails the field as they reach the top top of the stretch. Gray-haired Gus takes over the lead from Rockin' Money as it's Profitability who's trying to get some racing room. There's some room there, but it's going to get very tight, and Profitability bumping but gets on through. It's Profitability now ascending to the front end late over gray-haired Gus and take the gold. It's Profitability victorious over gray-haired Gus. Take the gold third, fourth, Rockin' Money. Three, two, five, four. Profitability number 3 is first. Back to the winner's circle number 3. Profitability. New York bred 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Improbable out of Perazzi. The Elkstone Group owns. Amelia Green trains. Chris Elliott, the winning jockey. Spruce Lane Farm. William Conley Jr. Thoroughbreds. Becker Bloodstock and others. Bred Probability. Mile 70 yards at 145.03. $2.10 the winning mutual on Probability. Double 870, exacta $8.56. Trifecta $5.29. Dime Super $2.09. Fourth race from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. There's a pick 5 carryover, $15,530. Post time race 4 in about 25 minutes at 2:33 p.m.
All right, we are in the paddock for race number 4, and this race starts the late pick 5. We do have a carryover in the pick 5 pool of over $15,000. Keep an eye on your TV screens. It will tell you the actual pool as money comes in, and we expect it to grow pretty good today. So that extra money could help for a better payout for this pick 5. It's a 50-cent minimum payout. It starts here. All right, this race is a 5,000 claimer going 5.5 furlongs. We'll kind of look at some of the participants. The one does arrive here from Canada. This one was running at Fort Erie and running competitively. First thing you look at is this trainer who he was here before. He has a really good percentage. I mean, you see 22 for 51. That's unheard of. That's a 40% trainer coming in here in a horse that's in the right spot. Just a slight drop for People Are People. Just got to run his race from the inside, and you got a real good rider on top of it. He's right now getting all the play at 4 to 5. Main threat does look like the 5. Limit Up coming off a second place finish at a good number. They went 105 for that race. G. Munning probably ran the best race he's run all year. Dug in, and Limit Up just kind of hung a little bit. And that maybe that's the concern here. He's had 3 straight second place finishes, including a second against 4,000 claimers. So does he still want to win? It's the big question for Limit Up. Granted, that was 4.5 furlongs that he lost to the 4,000s. But he's coming off the best last race buyer in the field. That's 67. And if somebody's going to beat the 1, looks like he could get a nice trip from his 5 posts. The 6 horses, Max Foster, he's the outside speed. He seems to be better when he's in the race early. He should be in the race early with Almond Cider, who looks like the only other one that may try to flash some speed. But Max Foster, when he gets the lead and things go his way, he runs a fast time. Look at the finishing time when he wins. He's generally around 104 or 105 for 5.5 furlongs. Well, he went too far last time at 3/4, so this is shortening up. This is a better distance for Max Foster, and he's not going to get much play. He's getting a little overlooked in here at odds of 10 to 1. I thought he might be the other dangerous one if you're looking for a third horse, or maybe Magic Spin stepping up off the win. Hard to gauge how good Magic Spin is because he just beat a lot easier and did it pretty convincingly. So he'll get tested today against a little bit better $5,000 claimers after running in that 1 in a year, beating 4,000 last time. But he figures to get a good trip and seems to be on the right surface here. He's 1 for 1 here at Finger Lakes. He's got 10 wins on the dirt surface of those 12. He's 10 for 35 on the dirt. That's a pretty good percentage in its own right. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 5 with that $15,000 carryover begins with race number 4. You got about 10 minutes to post.
Horses are coming on the track for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Got a pick 5 carryover, $15,530 going in. Current favorite number 1, People Are People, and Sofia Vives. Number 2, Magic Spin, Cabercoa. Number 3, Almond Cider, Luis Pena. Number 4, Tommy the Torch, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 5 is Limit Up. We'll go to the 6, Max Foster and Oscar Gomez. And there's the 5, Limit Up and Ray Lou Gutierrez. Post time in just a few minutes. Pick 5 carryover starts on race number 4. Carryover in excess of $15,000. Already new money, almost $17,000 bet into today's pool. Post time in just a few minutes for this 4th race. Got a pick 5 carryover going in, $15,530. New money just about at $19,000, and that number will rise substantially in the run up to post. Big jump up in new money in the pick 5, over 48,000 in new money. To go along with the carryover of just over $15,500. Last call to get those pick 5 wagers in. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes for race number 4, start of the late pick 5. Horses have arrived at the gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go 5.5 furlongs. Even money on number 5, Limit Up. Four to 5 at Limit Up. 8 to 5 at number 1, People Are People. Magic Spin. Going up into the gates. Race 4 starts the late pick 5. As you can see, graphic over 15,000 in the carryover. New money just a bit under 51,000. Almond Cider, big long shot. Next up into the gate. Tommy the Torch. Over 75,000 in new money. Limit Up. And Max Foster to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Good start. It's Almond Cider sending out for the lead. Limit Up, splitting rivals and gets that early lead. Tommy the Torch in the front cluster. Max Foster on the far outside, up into third, a length and a half off the lead. The back two horses, People Are People, to the inside of Magic Spin. Those two about 8 lengths off the lead. It's Limit Up on top by a length and a half. Max Foster, the nearest pursuer, in second. Almond Cider races third, 3 lengths to Tommy the Torch in fourth. People Are People towards the inside fifth, 8.5 off the lead. And Magic Spin is 3 wide of the tail of the field. It's Limit Up at the quarter pole on top by 3 open lengths. Max Foster nudged upon in second. Almond Cider races third. And then it's Magic Spin on the extreme outside. People Are People gets off the rail, but many lengths off the lead of Limit Up. Limit Up in mid-stretch has a lead by 7 over Max Foster is second, and then it's Magic Spin down the center of the course in third, but with a 16th to go, Limit Up has got this race wrapped up. Limit Up wins by 5. Max Foster holds second, Magic Spin third, fourth, Tommy the Torch. Limit up, back to the winner's circle. New York bred, 7-year-old chestnut gelding by Union Jackson out of Buston at the Seams. Sheila Engelhart and Hibiscus Stables, the ownership. Chris Engelhart's the trainer. Raylu Gutierrez, the winning jockey. Eaton and Thorne, bred, limit up. $3.24, the winning mutual. Double $4.36. Exacta $18.92. Trifecta $10.21. Super $7.52. Pick 3 $3.92. Had a claim in race 4, number 5, limit up. New owner trainer David Oyola. Race 5 from Finger Lakes. No changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time for race number 5 in about 21 minutes at 3:04 p.m.
We are in the paddock for race number 5. Looking back at the 4th, Limit Up took the initiative and got the lead under Raylu. Max Foster followed the leader, but that's all it was. The pace, just no speed from Almond Cider. Limit Up just was able to control things. Raylu doing a good job getting that horse to the front, and no anxious moments. Got the victory for trainer Chris Engelhardt. The money showed. Late money was all over that one at 3-5. That starts off the pick 5. Remember, didn't see the final pool of that, but it's, with that carryover, looks like it's going to be a good wager. Probably a lot of tickets alive after that winner. 11-9 Claimer is the 5th. Non-winners of a race since a date or never won 4. Going 5.5 furlongs. As you see, money pretty spread out this race. I'll start with the 3 Zen Lu. I was kind of hoping that it wouldn't rain when I handicapped this race because Zen Lu absolutely hates an off track. And at least got a fast racetrack today. I was surprised that this horse is 4-1 morning line, 5-1 on the board right now. It's going to be overlooked in here, but you got to look a little deeper. This horse hates an off track. Last 2 races have been on an off track, but the 2 races on a fast dirt racetrack, Zen Lu has run absolutely huge. First start off the layoff, 1-1 Stapred, out of condition. She still won. Next start, didn't break all that sharp. Had a chase after the speed. Still ran pretty well. Only got beat less than a length at 23-1 against a really tough allowance group. Last 2 races on off tracks. She's the speed of the race. She's going to be tough. And she's a really juicy price right now at odds of 5-1. The one is Apollonia Vitelli, comes out of the same race as she was in that same race earlier in the year. She finished 2nd to Zen Lu, but she also comes out of a good race last time where she broke poorly in the 1 Stapred, going a little further, 5.5. Now she's on the rail, maybe not the best place to be for her running style, but maybe she can relax and try to make a run, especially if Zen Lu's unable to clear Goody's Girl early. That might give her a little something to run at, and she's a 7-1. So, she's a good price here. Nobody's really a favorite in this race. That's what's a great betting race overall. Dorth Soul Dancer will be really overlooked in here. That was the other one I thought had a big chance in here on the drop. She's 14-1, longest shot on the board. Well, I think you could draw a line through the last race. She was well out of condition in a 3 Stapred, tough group. Now she's back in the right spot. And, her previous 2 starts, she finished 3rd in both of them against arguably tougher fields. I mean, this horse is running against Shanoa and Intentious, who's a pretty good one. Just tougher horses than what she'll face here, dropping 11-9. That is if you can forgive the last race, if you can find an excuse for her. Well, the excuse is she's up against the horse of the year, Z-End, in a 3 Stapred. So she gets some class relief, and she can wake up with a drop in class. Again, longest shot on the board at 14-1. So those are a few of the horses I liked here in the 5th. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts with this race.
Fillies and Mares coming on the track. Fifth race, Finger Lakes number 1, Apollonia Vitelli and Cabercoa. Number 3, Zenlu, Chris Elliott. Number 4, Dorth's Soul Dancer and Luis Perez. Number 5, Hypnocurrency, Oscar Gomez. Number 6, Bayou Melody, Emmanuel De Diego. Number 7 is Lincolnville Beach and Ray Lou Gutierrez. And number 8, Carol said no. Andre Worry aboard. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 fillies and mares going 5.5 furlongs, 2-1 on both number 2 Goodies Girl and number 3 Zen Lou. Dorth's Soul Dancer into line. Hypno Currency. Bayou Melody. 2 more left to load. Lincolnville Beach and Carol Said No. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Bayou Melody blitzes out for the lead. Zenlu grabs that early lead. Here's Goodies Girl in the white blinkers to snatch that lead away from Zenlu. Bayou Melody outside third. Apollonia Vitelli towards the inside in fourth. Then 2 more lengths. Lincolnville Beach mid-pack in fifth. Carol Said No outside of her in sixth. 6.5 off the lead. Then a length and a half back to Hypno Currency. The outside of Dorth's Soul Dancer at the back. First quarter mile clicked off in 22 3/5. 3 furlongs for the winning line, and it's Goodies Girl. Goodies Girl opens up by about 2 lengths over Zen Lou, who's all in second. Bayou Melody outside third, now up into second. Apollonia Vitelli's towards the inside in fourth, and it's Lincolnville Beach really with nowhere to go. Carol Said No goes very wide for the stretch drive, and then it's Hypno Currency to the outside of Dorth's Soul Dancer as Goodies Girl opens up by 4. With 1 furlong to go, Apollonia Vitelli is in second. Lincolnville Beach towards the rail. Carol Said No down the center, now up into a joint third with Zen Lou, but in deep stretch, it's Goodies Girl. Goodies Girl victorious. Apollonia Vitelli second. Zenlu gets third over Carol Said No. Two, 1, 3, 8. Number 2, Goodies Girl first. Goody's Girl back to the winner's circle. Kentucky bred, 4-year-old chestnut filly by Mineshaft out of Seda. Rolled the dice. Thoroughbreds, owner breeder, Chris Engelhart, the trainer. GM Rohina, the winning jockey. 2 wins in the card for trainer Chris Engelhart. $6.32, the winning mutual. Double $12, exacta $32. Trifecta $20.62. Dime super $22.05. Pick 3, $3.28. Pick 5, 5 of 5, 83.50. 6 race Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 3 wagering. Post time race 6 in about 20 minutes at 3:34 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 6. Goody's Girl's a different horse when she's able to make the lead. And today was that case. Zen Lu just didn't have her usual speed. Goody's Girl able to get a clear, easy lead in there. And she wasn't looking back once she had that clear lead. Jose Rojina, first time climbing aboard, he gets the victory for trainer Chris Engelhart. They'll start off the late pick 4. 6th race, we're going to go way below bottom here. 4,000 claimer going 6 furlongs, non-winners of a race since a year. Probably get a short price favorite in here with the 6 Diva Banker just on recent form, as she's always right there at this bottom level. She's run nothing but 4,000 this year, and maybe she's found a field that she could finally break through. She tried to test Thin Legs last time. Thin Legs was a drop down that was much the best, and nobody was going to beat Thin Legs. So she tried to rush up the inside and try to press that horse, and then actually lost second to Tumbles, who's in this race. But if Thin Legs isn't in that race, she probably wins that one pretty easily as the speed. Well, if she can make the lead in here against these horses, I don't think they'll beat her, though Lando likes Choo Choo's, his horse I could see improve and maybe show her past speed, but she has yet to show any of her speed in her first 2 starts this year. And she's the other dangerous one in here. It's making her 3rd start off of a very, very long layoff. She'd been out almost 2 years away from the races, obviously needed at least 1 race, maybe 2, and she was caught wide last time anyway. If she could get out and get to the lead, she could be a dangerous horse in her 3rd start off that long layoff. So I used her 2nd behind Diva Banker, who's the most logical horse. Tumbles passed Diva Banker last time. Again, Tumbles probably got the better of the trip and looked like she was running for 2nd anyway, because Diva Banker was trying to test Thin Legs, and then she closed, and Laird Bailey did a great job at stalking and making that late move. So if she could get that same kind of racing luck where she could get something to run at, and she could pass Diva Banker if that one gets pressed or tired. And it is 6 furlongs today, which is her best distance. 3 of her 4 wins have come at 3/4. So she's another one to consider in a competitive race number 6, as we always love to run these $4,000 claiming races. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the late pick 3 starts with this race.
Coming on the track for race number 6. From Finger Lakes, number 1, Sweet Tooth Sue and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 2, Mrs. Bell, Oscar Gomez. Number 3, Tumbles and Laird Bailey. Number 4, Lana Likes Choo-Choos and Nasario Alvarado. Number 5 is Fidalia, John Barrios. Number 6 is Diva Banker and Michael Davila Jr. And number 7, Miss Pab, Joel Cruz, the rider. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate, race 6. Field of 7 to go 6 furlongs, 6 to 5, number 6, Diva Banker, 8 to 5, number 3, Tumbles. Loading up race 6, Sweet Tooth Sue. Mrs. Bell. Lana likes choo-choos. Diva Banker, Miss Pav still behind the gate. Vidalia. Finally goes in. Diva Banker, 4 to 5 on Diva Banker. Miss Pav to the outside. They're all on the gate, and they're off. It's Diva Banker sending off for the lead. Tumbles. Sweet Tooth Sue's at the fence in second. Mrs. Bell now up into third. Diva Banker 4 wide fourth. Couple lengths. Lana likes choo-choos towards the inside fifth. A margin of 4 lengths to the gray Fidalia, who's about 4.5 in front of Miss Pab, who trails the field. It's Tumbles who has a lead. Lana likes choo-choos with a middle move up the inside. Up into second, now contending for the top spot. Sweet Tooth Sue relegated back to third. Diva Banker outside of her in fourth, 2.5 lengths off the lead. 2 lengths to Mrs. Bell towards the inside fifth, and a big gap of 9 to Fidalia, is a length and a half in front of Miss Pab, who trails the field. Lana likes choo-choos, continues that big run up the backstretch and on the turn. It has the lead into the stretch. Tumbles, Green Blinkers outside second. Diva Banker cut loose to the outside third and closing in with Tumbles. They got 1 furlong to go. Tumbles and Diva Banker first and second. Lana Likes Choo Choo's finally flattened out in third in deep stretch. It's Tumbles. Tumbles has a lead by a length over Diva Banker, and it will be Tumbles in front. Diva Banker second, close for third. Sweet Tooth Sue or Lana Likes Choo Choo's. Three, 6, 1, 4. Number 3 Tumbles first. To the winner's circle, number 3 Tumbles. New York bred. 6-year-old dark brown mare by Boys at Toscanova out of Eponymous. Leah Samad, the owner. Julius Ashley, the trainer. Laird Bailey, the winning jockey. Paul Matisse Jr. Bred Tumbles. It's official, $4.72, the winning mutual, double $14.46, exacta $8.46. Trifecta, $22.27, dime super, $16.50. Pick 4, 4 of 4, $7.71. Seventh race at Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, late daily double wagering. Post time race 7 in about 19 minutes at 4:05 p.m. Another reminder that in 1 week's time, our next handicapping challenge on track here at Finger Lakes takes place. It's free to join. Just got to be an Ember Rewards member. That's our customer appreciation program here at Finger Lakes. It's on Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. $1,000 for first. Top 3 get prize money. I think it's $2,000 total in the prize pool. And the best thing about it, it's free. So make sure to be out here next week, next Monday. I think last handicapping challenge, there was like about 160 people who entered. So not too shabby for a day at the races, and the entry is free. Got about 18 minutes to race number 7 from Finger Lakes.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 7, and looking back to the 6th, congratulations to Laird Bailey, as he was able to get the jump on the favorite Diva Banker, being just inside of her, and went on to victory. Laird getting the win for Julius Ashley. It's a couple wins in the last week or so for Julius Ashley. He had a long shot win early last week, so Tumbles with a victory in race number 6. All right, looking at the 7, the Good Allowance race, non-winners of a state bred. And I'll start with the 2, Prince of Dance, basically outside to inside. I usually like that move. Was a beaten favorite, as probably a little over bet last time in a field similar to this one. And Captain Jack Sparrow got the good trip, running down the speed. And Prince of Dance was forced to chase from that outside position. Previous races were good, and I just think he's going to get a better trip. He might even be able to hold the inside in this spot. So he's currently at odds of 2-1. Magni is at 2-1. Won a starter condition in New York. Of course, that race he had to win. It was a 4-horse field. Just got lucky as far as what the scratches were, but he still ran a good race. And he came back here and just has run against a couple tough customers, even caught a sloppy racetrack last time. But that's a tougher race he comes out of, and he fits nicely in his with his race from the inside. He could get a nice stalking trip and be a big top 3 threat. If he runs his race, he's going to be in the top 3. The 4 this time, yes, logical horse. Maybe not necessarily to win all the time, but very consistent. Last time got a nice stalking trip, ended up chasing a little bit late, like a couple of them were, including Prince of Dance. But he should be close up, as Nostalgia Smile figures to be the speed from the three posts. Not sure what they're going to do with the 2 Ferraro horses, if one of them sends, one of them doesn't. But this time, yes, shouldn't be that far behind Nostalgia Smile in this particular position. And hard not to use the horse in your exactas and trifectas, supers, or whatever, because he is as consistent as they come. Comes out of the same race as a couple of them do, and ran okay. So he's got potential to beat these with the right kind of trip, and that's what this race is going to come down to, because not much separates a few of them. And maybe Racer X, still a 2-time winner, might be a stretch, but the rest of them are pretty close when you look at the buyer par for this event. 7th race, you got about 4 minutes to post. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered, races 7 and 8. Good luck.
Horses coming on the track. 7th race at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Magni and Joel Cruz. Number 2, Prince of Dance and Andre Worry. Number 3, Nostalgia's Smile, Michael Davila Jr. Number 4, This Time Yes, Oscar Gomez. Number 5 is Stars and Stones, Caber Koa. Number 6, Racer X, Kevin Navarro in the irons. Post time in just a few. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate for race 7 from Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the gate, race 7 from Finger Lakes. An allowance race going 6 furlongs. Pretty wide open betting board. 5 of the 6 between 2 to 1 and 9 to 2 on the board. 2 to 1, number 2, Prince of Dance. This time, yes, into line. Stars and Stones in the house green silks. Racer X to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Nostalgia Smile blazes out for the front end. Stars and Stones forwardly placed with Racer X. Here's Magni at the fence into fourth, 2.5 off the lead. Prince of Dance outside of him. And this time, yes, is 3 wide in some heavy traffic. Backs off a little bit at the back of the pack, but only 4 lengths off the lead. Half mile to go, and it's Nostalgia Smile on top by a half length over Stars and Stones, pestering outside second. Racer X forces the pace 3 wide in third, a length and a half off the lead. It's Magni drafting behind horses fourth, Prince of Dance in fifth, and a length back to this time, yes, who's at the tail of the field as they pass the quarter pole. It's Nostalgia Smile and Stars and Stones first and second. Magni will try to find some racer room, still stays towards the inside, does Magni, and that hole closes up. Now Magni has a switch to the outside of Nostalgia Smile. 3 across the track, 1 furlong to go. Nostalgia Smile as Magni's trying to bull his way in between horses. Here's Stars and Stones on the outside. Nostalgia Smile close to home has the lead. Nostalgia Smile with the win. Stars and Stones second. Magni an unlucky third. Prince of Dance fourth. 3512, number 3, Nostalgia Smile first. Stewart's Inquiry, Jockey Objection. They're taking a look at the stretch run of this 7th race. Please hold all tickets. Also, Jockey Objection. Rider the 1, Magny, Joel Cruz, lodging objections versus the 3 and 5 for alleged interference in the stretch. Stewart's Inquiry, Jockey Objection. Please hold all tickets. No change. No change the order finish. Number 3, Nostalgia Smile, New York bred, 4-year-old bay gelding by Preservationist out of Circle of Love. Tim Murphy, owner-trainer Michael DeVilla Jr., the winning jockey. 4 Tags Stable and Bruce Grossman bred Nostalgia's Smile. 6 furlongs, 111.87. While we await prices, another reminder, we've got a live handicapping challenge next Monday here at Finger Lakes. Win your share of $2,000 cash, $1,000 for first. Register for free in the upper grandstand. It's on Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. Top 3 contestants win cash prizes. $10.92 to Winning Mutual, double $38.46. Exacta, $48.20. Trifecta, $40.15. Dime Super, $14.22. 8th and final Finger Lakes, scratch number 2, She's a Goddess. Put Luis Perez on number 3, She's Sal's Dream. Win place show, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfacta wagering. Post time in 18 minutes at 4:36 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready to conclude this Monday card. Hopefully you enjoyed the race. We had a couple close finishes. And that turned out to be a pretty good race. He had a little bit of an inquiry as Magni had nowhere to go. He's behind horses. Probably would have won if he got some clear run, but it kind of closed off with Nostalgia Smile and Stars and Stones. And Nostalgia Smile ended up going all the way with Michael Davila for the Murph. Tim Murphy wins today's 7th race. All right, we go to the last race, 11-9 maiden claimer, going 6 furlongs. We scratched the 2, She's a Goddess. Got Louis Perez on the 3, She's Sal's Dream. So you got some new faces in here. You got Tactically, She's Sal's Dream, Camille's Legacy, all new faces. Bustling Town making her second appearance here at Finger Lakes. I took a little shot on a 5-to-1 shot morning line right now at odds of 3-to-1, talking about the 6 Tactically. Had 2 starts, one in New York and one at Saratoga. Found both those races tough, the special weight and then the state bred maiden claimer last time. She did take some money, but ended up running evenly, chasing the pace. There doesn't seem to be a lot of speed in here, so I expected her to be on the front line with the 1, Camille's Legacy. They're the 2 that show the most early speed. And, this is a drop in class. So she's certainly a player if she could take to her surroundings here after 2 starts. Going this distance, 6 furlongs, flashed a little bit of speed. They didn't go that fast, 23 first quarter, but she was with the pace and hung around to be 3rd against the same level as Tactically, who ran in maiden 35 last time. Dropped slightly. It was not restricted for state breds, but the 25. And she just kind of ran evenly in that race, going a little further, 7 furlongs. So she's going a little shorter today. Like Tactically, got the same kind of form. She should appreciate the little bit easier competition. And she is getting some play at 3-to-1. The other horse at 3-to-1 is the 5 Scarlet Queen. She's at 5-to-2 now, I should say. She dropped last time, was bet down, and should have been, but she was unable to make the front, and she just doesn't have enough speed to make the front at 23 and 47. So she's just kind of pressed and hung around, and Blue Set just proved to be much the best, and maybe just got beat by a better horse. So she was running in special weights. This will be her second start at the level. Logical horse to finish in the number, and she should be up close to the speed of Tactically and Camille's Legacy. The other horse to consider is all the way on the outside. She's coming up in class, talking about Bustling Town, but she got the feel of the track. She was cutting back a distance coming off the turf, and she didn't break all that sharp and ended up in a tough position to try to get by Valamo after the bad break, and she just didn't. Now, good news, bad news. Again, she was compromised by the break. The bad news is it was a pretty slow group that she comes out of. It's a 5,000 maiden, but it was a slow 5,000 maiden, so she's coming up in class. But it was her first race over the track. She's got room to improve, and she could run better second race over the track. And it is a positive sign that she's coming up slightly in class, that they think enough of her in her second start over the track that she'll run in this spot. And she's certainly not out of it. She's at odds of 4-to-1. Okay, Tate, this is the last race. They're about to go on the track for the 8th. Just a reminder, we do continue racing Monday through Wednesday this week. Next live day will be tomorrow with the 12:55 first post.
On the track, 8th and final, Finger Lakes. Number 1, Camille's Legacy and Chris Elliott. Number 3, She's Sal's Dream, Luis Perez, the jockey change. Number 4 is Rafi Tonalist and Andre Worry. Number 5 is Scarlet Queen and Luis Pena. Number 6, Tactically, Jackie Davis. And number 7, Bustling Town, Raylu Gutierrez in the irons. Post time in just a few. 2 minutes. Horses approaching the gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate, 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Tuesday's program available for download for free at fingerlakesgaming.com. Tuesday's program available at fingerlakesgaming.com. Maiden claimers to complete the Monday card here at Finger Lakes. Field of 6 maiden claimers. 3-2 on number 6 tactically. Scarlet Queen goes in tactically in the House Black Silks, worn by jockey Jackie Davis. Bustling Town to the outside. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Looks like a great start. She's Sal's Dream and Camille's Legacy. These two peel out for the front, but it's Bustling Town on the outside who gets that early lead. Rafi Tonalis in 4, 3.5 lengths off the lead, a length and a half to Tactically, who's 2 lengths in front of Scarlet Queen, who's at the back of the pack as they race the half-mile pole. Bustling Town has the lead by a length and a half. Camille's Legacy off the inside second. Rafi Tonalis attacks on the 3 wide side in third. Scarlet Queen Tactically fourth and fifth. And 2 lengths to She's Sal's Dream at the back. First quarter, 23 and a fifth. 2.5 furlongs to go. Bustling Town on top. The lead's a length and a quarter over Rafi Tonalis with a 3 wide bid, but now under pressure. Camille's Legacy demanding racing room in between runners. Scarlet Queen's at the fence in 4. Tactically's in 5th and 7 lengths off the lead and under pressure and drifting out wide as they turn into the stretch. Bustling Town makes a dash for home, has the lead by 3. Scarlet Queen improving up into second. Camille's Legacy third, then Rafi Tonalis fourth. 16th to go. Bustling Town on top by 2 lengths over Scarlet Queen, who's chasing the outside, but it's Bustling Town. Give Gutierrez 2 on the card. Scarlet Queen second, third Camille's Legacy, fourth Rafi Tonalis. 7514, number 7, Bustling Town. First. 6 furlongs, 113.65. Jockey objection, 5 versus 7 for alleged interference coming out of the gate. Rider of the 5, Scarlet Queen, has lodged an objection versus the unofficial winner for alleged interference coming out of the gate. No change. Bustling Town, New York bred, 4-year-old bay filly by Majestic City out of Sage Hall. Loa Ranch owns H. James Bond Trade. $6.82 to win. Double $39.74. Exacta $13.86. Trifecta $9.97. Dime Super $6.79. Pick 3 $27.68. Pick 4 4 of 4 $88.40. Pick 5 5 of 5 $197.70. Eighth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Monday. Next live racing day tomorrow, Tuesday. First post at 12:55 p.m. Eastern Time. programs for the Tuesday card available for download at fingerlakesgaming.com. But for today, from high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a great evening.